Oh, let's see. Nope. New high.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oops, sorry, Peter. You know, a short or whatever for this morning. It's easy to lose your. Well, you said maybe you want a short here, and I said no. Well, I guess I'm apologizing because. Well, you did too. You don't listen. That's good. Good. I don't want to sway anybody. See, that's the issue, right? You can sway somebody's bias really easily, and that's not always right. Yeah, it's yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't take much in this job, right, to shake you out.
GME halted. I think there's a halt on GME, guys.
Yep, it's halted. 35, 37. Yeah, so it's 35.20 and then 35.35. So you're expecting 40.35, 40 minutes after, and 35 seconds for it to reopen, and it should jam high at that point, and then fucking who knows, flush.
Already on 160% of volume
Volume?
on the average, yeah.
Yeah, miniature. That's nothing, Timmy. 160% volume. They haven't even got it onto the Twitters yet. 100% volume. That's ridiculously low. You got to understand that what was the volume the day before, right? Fuck all, probably. Let's look.
We just had, Harvey, here at the opening, 160% more than the average daily volume.
Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to say. The average daily volume was shit. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So to squash that volume is not hard for them to do, right? Let me just put a moving average on that. Well, it's not showing. Oh, there it is. I don't know how far back you go, but average daily volume is, 3 million or something, and you're at 16 million now, right? That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, sorry. About the 30-day volume. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. It won't take much for them to squash that volume out, so you got to be careful with volume on this. I don't even want to call it day one. Yeah, I don't even want to call it day one. This is what's going to screw everybody's sensors up or whatever. Because on day one, realistically, which was the 3rd of May, they had 36 million go in. Okay. Day 2, and then what? It drops off to 24 million, and this is where it starts to throw up the average volume. Throw off the average volume. So then you have 24 million again, and then you have 25 million, then you have 36 million, and now we're running, it's just 16 million on the day so far, right? So it's going to throw a lot of scanners off, is all I'm saying. It would have fucked my scanner up. I wouldn't have got that, right? Because it's already done the volume RVol that I wanted to in the first, like a week ago. So it would throw my fucking whole thing right off. That was part of the problem with the scanners that I used to run, was that if it came in gentle, holy fuck, good job, Peter. If it came in gentle, it'd be hard to read move, right?
Unhalted.
Did you end up taking it, Timmy?
Nah.
What? That was the plan.
You didn't get your options.
I was seriously thinking last Friday buying some calls just for the giggles.
It wouldn't be much giggles when you got $6,000 in your pocket. Fuck. Sorry,
I think with
I don't want to be rude
6K,
about it.
you could have gotten like 12 calls that are dated for like mid 25 or so. And these calls would have already gone up like what? 600-700%.
700%. There you go.
Dudes, this is the beginning. This is gamma ramping at this point.
I bet you
I
the
think
squeeze.
This is the gamma
Is it
ramp.
the squeeze memes coming out yet, or what?
The squeeze is even more violent.
Well, in other words, what I'm hearing is maybe just for the fun of it, you should get in right now.
Ah.
Let's just observe that. Don't be all jumpies. Look at this. It's halted, right? So there's the opening halt. Was at 42 after, right? See that?
Put it on the weekly and look what level we just broken through. This is significant.
Yeah, see? 40-45. That's exactly when it opened, and I told you it was, oh, I didn't tell you, but it popped up and now it's halted again, right?
Yeah, it's halted again.
Give it another 3 seconds to make sure. Yeah, it's halted.
Put it on the weekly.
You know
guys.
what's really interesting? Look at that. Okay, so 24 seconds, right? So it's 38 seconds right now, 40 seconds right now. But look at the volume that came in on that 24th second, right before the halt. Very interesting that 10,000 shares came through at that point. So the next unhalting should be at 42. That would put 47:25. 47 minutes and 25 seconds. We'll come back down to 29 at that point because of that volume that came in. That was bullshit volume, right? So it'll drop back and then it'll push.
Yeah. Sorry for all the futures trader here, by the way.
Yeah.
But this
Peter.
is more interesting.
Except for Peter. Peter got the move. Yeah, you better not have shut that off, Peter. I'll be very disappointed in you. Where did he go? Oh, he's here. Okay.
Peter needs to be
Got 5
careful
minutes now.
because this could turn you.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, absolutely. This could turn here. We've done a lot of work here already in the morning here. You've already done a lot of work here in the morning here, right? The only thing stopping this now is Dow.
They're attacking the 50s liquidity. 53s here. Oh, it looks good for continuation.
Yeah, we already completed everything it needs to do. It can go up now.
I just want to see this thing, this GME, go absolutely bonkers.
Okay, 3 more minutes.
There we go. That's better.
What? Oops. Shit. What? Son of a bitch.
That's better. Hey Timmy, I got to show
Excuse me.
some friends over the weekend the video that you made of us, and I want to thank you for all the effort you put into that.
Did you have a good laugh?
They did, and I mean I did too, but they fucking loved it.
Is it still up, by the way?
It was. It better be. Why would it not be? If that's something I got to worry about,
It's
I'll go.
because it's fraudulent, or it's what do you call that? It's
Oh yeah.
copyright infringement, huge, right? That's why.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Timmy didn't have fucking people knocking on the door. Excuse me, sir. Please remove your post.
Yeah, I should probably like download it before it's gone.
Oh, I can upload it somewhere. It's no problem.
10 seconds. Two, one, hold. No? Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh. That's big
Uh-oh.
time.
Oh,
there it
no,
is. Boom.
there it isn't. And up.
Well,
up
no,
we
because they
go.
have to. I was having an argument with well, not an argument, but I was trying to help talk to Frozen about this. And it's them, they got to fix the books, right? Like, they got to understand, like, the orders are coming in fraudulent, right? There could be a bunch of fucking bad orders coming in. They're going to sort it out. It didn't go down like I thought.
Dude,
It's
no.
going up high.
It's ripping.
Going up. I said it was going to go down and then up, so we'll still. Here we go.
I don't-
Maybe it'll come down to the halt level. Watch these halt levels. There it is, halt level, right there. Boom. If it holds this,
Oh,
where's
hold
the
it.
next halt level? Way down here.
Hold it, hold
Tony,
it, hold it.
hold it. Yeah, right below the
Already
halt
hold
level.
it.
See?
Already hold it.
So if you were slick, you could short right now. Quick. Oh,
Oh,
shit.
unhold it.
No.
They're buying it. Harvey, they're buying it.
No, they're being the what do you call it? The market makers. Let's just look at the readings.
No, they're buying the shit out of it.
Gamma squeezed by market makers. Options trading is at a record high with over.
Dude, look on the volume.
Now it's halted again. Let's see if it sticks. Nope.
Oh,
No.
I think this is it, guys.
Cowboy as good as it gets here. $31.70. Is that magic?
so are we aiming for we're aiming for 300?
I think 250.
I think 62 at first. Let's get to 62.
I don't think 62 is going to really mean anything. I think we could take care of 62 in the next 2 days.
Look at last weekend where Friday stopped. You could have bought calls, really. They were dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. Oh man, why didn't I do it?
Yeah, don't worry. It's still coming.
Just one little call for funsies.
Aw. That sounds like a Sunday afternoon thing. For funsies. Well, let's just go long natural gas for funsies. Everybody shut the fuck up right quick there, didn't they?
It's sorted again, right? No
No way.
way.
Really? Is that possible? I didn't know that was possible. Are you serious? That's fucked up. No, that can't be possible. Only OTDs, maybe. Because they would have no clue where it's going to be on Friday.
They do. They know it's going to be at 300.
Yeah, they do.
It's
Hmm.
salted.
No
You
way.
can't buy it. No, I can't buy it either.
No way. See, so something that might be deep, right? Like
Uh,
manipulation. This is what I'm trying to say. They've got to sort these orders out. This may be halted long now because of because of manipulation. This has become really deep now. So this halt will take more than 5 minutes. If it breaks 7 minutes, then we're going to be into deep shit, and it'll go to 12 minutes. And then if it goes longer than that, it'll be fucking shut off and your money will be tied the fuck up, and you won't be able to do shit with it. So, have to really pay attention to. Sorry, go ahead.
really?
I remember that being a problem last time too.
No. No, right. What the fuck?
Yeah. Okay, so think about that then. Who has capability to get better, right? And it's not me and you. We're bullshit. We're retail, right? We're nothing. So
Retail holds a ridiculously high float of GME, and they registered the
But it's
floats.
not the float. It's about having the control. It's the market making side of it, right? They're the ones that have access to these high priced, like, tools, if you were. They're the ones with the seats on the CME, not you. One more minute from now, we'll see. Hmm. Oh, so it's okay. Did those options come unhalted, Peter?
Going up.
Right on. They should be getting halted again. Let's see if this sticks.
Halted again.
Halted again. I can do this all day. Yeah, did they lock again?
Mhm. But the thing is, this can go on to 300. It can. It just can. Not just today, but in the next coming days. This is
No, if they find that the orders aren't fraudulent, then absolutely, they don't have a problem with it at all. They just need time to sort out the volume of orders coming in.
By the way, someone bought 500 shares at 31.50. Did. So this is gonna go up further.
150. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. 72,000 shares came through during 1 second before that last halt. Well, let's just do some math. We don't know what they are. They could be options, they could be whatever, but if they were straight up shares, 72,000. Let's just call it an average of $32. That's $2.3 million. So really not that much.
Well, Harvey, the thing is, the float is really low and registered, so there aren't many shares you can lend out, or you can lend. This is the thing.
Yeah, there you go, right? So I have 266 million shares float, right? But 24% of that is short. That's the squeeze numbers, right? I'd have to look back in my notes. Where is it? There it is. So institutionally owned is 29%. That number's not high enough for this squeeze to really squeeze. Last time that number was way higher, like at 80%, right? Or I'd have to look back at my notes, but it was really way higher. Like the institutions had more than the regular folk, right? Yeah, our average volume is 7 million, and we're already pushing 29-ish now million. There's volume. To change this. Well, like another 10 seconds here, and then we'll see. It gets on open. Oh my goodness, jump up. If you don't think this is going to get stopped again, it's fine.
Yeah,
That's called a 100% move.
Is that it? That's over.
Hold it again.
111% now. Yeah. That's nothing.
No.
Well, actually, it is. It kind of is something because of the price it started at, like $26. That's kind of high. You know, if it was $1, all it would have to do is get to $2, right? Like that's not very hard to get to on a shitty little penny stock.
The multi-week squeeze was like 18,000% or so.
I got this buddy who caught a large chunk of it back in what was it, 2021? Like a pretty big chunk of it, and he ended up just holding it, and it all came back on him. He's not a trader or really a investor. He was just one of the Wall Street bets type of guys. But since then, this dude has tried over and over.
Oh, with the GME, we just
Yeah.
kept hitting the same product. Yeah, I've heard of that too.
He was hooked, man, and
Oh, that's because they get that the revenge, right? Like they're like, well,
Yeah.
that fucking, I'll get my money back out of that stock. Well, that's fucking, I'm gonna short Apple again. Like it's like, oh fuck.
I have done that.
I think everybody. Well, I think everybody has, but
Yeah, just texted him to ask him if he caught it, and I promise you the answer.
and he's probably like, he's no, right? And guess where he is? He's at work.
yeah, he is at work.
Exactly.
He's actually visiting Peter up north. He's a traveler.
What do you mean traveler? Like a fucking, like he rides around in a caravan traveler?
Like when you're in the union, you can pretty much work anywhere.
Oh.
A lot of guys
I thought you meant-
they'll turn out and then they'll go wherever the money's good.
Oh, I thought you meant like a pikey.
No,
Timmy knows everything there is to know about pikeys.
I got a bit of the GME squeeze and like 500% of the AMC squeeze, and I had to fucking scream at my buddies who took it with me to fucking sell.
They're like, no.
Yeah,
Up.
I
No,
screamed.
Timmy, you're wrong. It'll keep going.
I screamed.
300? What are you talking about, 300? It should go to like...
Screamed.
Diamond.
Said stuff like, "You're playing against sharks. Take your money." You fucking.
Exactly. Every word that comes out of the book. You're playing against sharks. You're right. That's why you got to get the fuck out of their way when they got... That's not even the word. It's whales, isn't it, or something?
No, we have a saying in Germany, Haifischbeck, which
Oh.
basically means shark tank, shark pool. And it's often said about the stock market.
Shark isn't shark. I thought that was like a fucking gambling, like a poker term.
it is.
It is, yeah.
Well, not just poker, but a lot of games.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah. Like apparently Bayman is a dolphin when it comes to disc golf.
My buddy didn't believe me that I got my ace.
And then you showed him the half-ass video, and he was like, "I still don't believe you."
Yeah.
It's like anybody could have. I didn't see shit. You could just had somebody ringing the fucking thing, and
That's what he said. He was like, "You had my lady friend out there, and she just hit the chains, but she wasn't even there with me. Nobody was there with me. I got my first ace, and nobody was there. Luckily, some random people heard it, but I didn't get their numbers as proof, or they saw it. Well, no, they didn't actually. They heard me screaming like a girl.
In golf that I almost got.
Dude, that would be wild in golf. No,
it
you,
was like it was the worst possible ace you could have possibly gotten ever.
you fucked up the
Didn't-
shot and everything.
Oh, I thinned it so bad. It had like about a fucking 1 foot flight on the whole thing. Hits the pin, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I almost aced that. That would have been so
Horrible.
cool. It would have been like getting a fucking doing a great trade and like having no clue.
Yeah, like you fucked up.
Yeah, like you're just like, oh, guess I got lucky. Great.
That's pretty much it.
This thing got
Yeah, you like-
uploaded for like. Oh no!
Oh, it's going down. Oh no, it's going down. Oh god.
Yeah, when it goes down, it's gonna be brutal.
This
isn't
is the pullback. Bye.
it? This is the pullback. No, we didn't see how it hit that halt. That's not a halt level, but see that it was like an intraday gap up level.
Yeah.
Watch, it'll come back down into the next level, 33, 31. These gap level or these halt levels are gold.
Gold. Oh, speaking of gold.
Gold should be good long.
Yeah, actually. Or wait,
Except
let's make sure Mr. Darko is not here. I don't want to get in trouble.
yeah. And then this crude, yeah, I'm not believing it. This isn't, I don't know if it's quite, I don't
Or-
know. The inventories aren't gonna lie. Those inventory numbers they're not changing anything. We have to wait for the next one. This week, maybe.
I'm gonna take it. In fact, I already have.
Took one on paper. I took
have-
one on paper.
I have,
But
a
I'm
fan-
down. I'm in the hole on it.
I have a fantastic entry price.
I'm in the hole deep. Oh, not so deep anymore. Oh, look at that. Everybody's watching GME. Look at how dried up the futures are.
Gold.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't have a very good. I don't really do well on Mondays, Monday morning. Not because I'm hungover or anything like that. It's just I don't seem to have a good read ever on a Monday morning.
I think that makes sense.
Well, maybe not the read. It's me. Like I don't feel like I don't know. I'm not into it, right? Like I just don't feel like I'm into it.
Ease.
What's that?
Said you got to ease back into it after the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look at that. So other people are watching this KOSS. Probably like a sympathy kind of fucking thing to the GME. I used to watch PHUN, I think it was.
Ooh.
Three seconds. Magic. That's magic. This is just a pullback to me. Keep saying that. You should actually, well, you go onto Twitter or wherever and start posting that, and it might come
Dude,
true.
let the price settle at 25 or so.
It's a great call.
This will go on tomorrow.
To
for sure.
Twitter. GameStop the Unhaltening is going to find its way to Twitter.
Yeah, and the whole thing sounds like a horror movie.
There
I
we
love titties though. We need
Uh-huh.
1980s horror.
I'll crop some chick with boobs in there.
Watch it, you don't want to get banned.
From Twitter?
Well, I don't know.
Does
Maybe.
Twitter ban people?
I think so.
It's not like the only person that's ever been banned was Trump.
Oh, maybe. Well, then you're got nothing to worry about, really. Then can't go worse than that. See, look at it softening up. It's perfect. Now it'll get into some normal price action. Squeeze all these fucks out of the way. Oh, squeeze all these Johnny Latelys.
I'm telling you, we will sit here tomorrow and do the same.
And be like, oh, we could have gotten long at 30.
I think if it holds above 28 or so, this is not done display. Mm-hmm. Okay, for a second.
Oops. Great. That was stupid.
The little baby Jesus to those.
What are we doing?
What the hell is that? Sounds almost like
Ice cream?
You can't be fucking serious, right?
All right, there's a safety switch on the side of your weapon. You won't be needing it. Push it all the way down 2 clicks. Now, when it starts, you hold on tight. Otherwise, you're gonna blow your hand off.
What the fuck y'all looking at me for?
Audrey. Honey, listen. It's the ice cream man.
Oh man, he don't look that bad. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit! Get ready.
So what is this value in hexadecimal? So it's 1101, 1101. So this would equal DD in hexadecimal. Get the idea? And we always put the little H on there as a nice way to remind people that we're talking in hex and we're not talking like letters of the alphabet or something like that. So this, my friends, is hexadecimal. The whole goal behind hexadecimal is simply a way to prevent us from having to write in big long strings of ones and zeros and to compress that a lot into smaller values. Now that you know that, and this is important, every single hexadecimal value equals 4 binary values. So I'm going to have a question for you. We're going to take a look at something called a MAC address on my computer, which Windows calls it a physical address. I need to know how many bits long is this particular address. Let's go back over to the computer and take a look. So here's something called a physical address right here. Do you see that? And these are hexadecimal characters. See the letter C, that's our clue. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If you have 12 hexadecimal characters and each hexadecimal character represents 4 binary values, that means that a MAC address is going to be 4 times 12 or a 48-bit address. Remember, hexadecimal is simply used as a shorthand for things like us human beings to represent long strings of binary values. I'm not saying it's a perfect representation, but we get to write 1/4 as many things on the screen, and for me, that makes hexadecimal worth it. Is simply a way to prevent us from having to write in big long strings of ones and zeros and to compress that a lot into smaller values. Now that you know that, and this is important, every single hexadecimal value equals 4 binary values. So I'm going to have a question for you. We're going to take a look at something called a MAC address on my computer, which Windows calls it a physical address. I need to know how many bits long is this particular address. Let's go back over to the computer and take a look. So here's something called a physical address right here. Do you see that? And these are hexadecimal characters. See the letter C, that's our clue. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If you have 12 hexadecimal characters and each hexadecimal character represents 4 binary values, that means that a MAC address is going to be 4 times 12 or a 48-bit address. Remember, hexadecimal is simply used as a shorthand for things like us human beings to represent long strings of binary values. I'm not saying it's a perfect representation, but we get to write 1/4 as many things on the screen, and for me, that makes hexadecimal worth it. What I got in front of me is what we call a 24-port switch. Now, these switches are based on a standard called Ethernet, which we've been been using for ages and ages. Ethernet is absolutely amazing. It works incredibly well. Our Ethernet frames send data back and forth in our LAN using the MAC addresses. Everything's fantastic, as long as you keep it relatively small. So if I'm using this switch, the most computers I could put on one local area network would be 24. Well, there actually is a way to interconnect switches, but the Ethernet standard itself says you will never ever put more than 1,024 computers on a single switch or a bunch of daisy-chained switches. There's reasons for that. First of all, when you're looking at a local area network, there's a lot of stuff going on. Let me show you what I mean. On this particular local area network, I've got two computers, A and B. Now, these two computers are hooked to 3 different switches. Now, because these switches are daisy-chained together, they pretty much act like one single switch. Now, this works beautifully well until we start adding lots more computers. As we add more and more computers into this, and I'm saying way before we get to that 1,024 computer limit, even with the switches making point-to-point connections, the system becomes horribly overloaded. Heaven forbid you would actually want to connect more than even 1,024. What if you wanted to connect potentially millions of computers together, both wired and wirelessly, and make this thing called the internet? Well, the problem is Ethernet is not going to hack it. The concept of a LAN works fantastic for up to, according to Ethernet standards, up to 1,024, but in reality, 30 to 40 computers is pretty much the standard maximum size for a local area network. We have to come up with some totally different system here. We have to use a system that bases addressing not on the MAC address, but on some other type of address that allows us to, instead of having this one massive LAN, let's make hundreds, thousands, potentially millions of little LANs, and then interconnect them together through something called a wide area network. So let's talk about this a little bit. So here's a 4-computer local area network connected to one switch. I don't care that it's 4, it could be 20 computers for all I care about. In fact, instead of drawing all this out, would it be okay if I just drew a circle? And this circle identifies a local area network. So we're going to call it LAN 1. If we have lots of LANs, and we want these guys to be able to intercommunicate, we've got to come up with an addressing system that allows one computer over here in LAN 1 to be able to connect to this local area network over here in LAN 4. So we need some kind of traffic cop, some kind of magic box in the middle that will be connected to our switches, but on the same token, it will be able to go, this piece of data needs to go to LAN 3, or this piece of data needs to go to LAN 2. So we need some kind of magic box. I've got one of these magic boxes right here in front of me. This magic box here in my right hand is called a router. Now, just for comparison's sake, here in my left hand, I have just a regular old, good old 5-port switch, nothing special here. But by looking at them, they seem to be the same, but they are extremely different. Routers are sensitive to different local area networks and can differentiate not between just individual computers, but different LANs. The trick here is that the MAC address allows us to get information to different computers within a LAN, but I need a different numbering system, something else that allows me to identify local area networks. And that's where we get into what we call logical addressing. So if a MAC address is a physical address because it's burned in at the factory, a logical address is something when I buy a computer and I put it in my LAN, I have to type something in to go, this computer is a member of my local area network, and if somebody else goes to the same store and goes to a different LAN, they can type in something to identify their local area network. So there's a value that we type in that identifies us as a particular LAN. Let's talk about how we would go about identifying it. Keep in mind, this is a software function that we can enter, so we can type in anything as long as everybody all across the earth agrees on it. Let's brainstorm. So just for fun, I'm going to call this LAN LAN A, this one LAN B, this one LAN C, and this one LAN D. The cool part is that we would then go into the router. Let's zoom in on that router a little bit. And just as a switch will memorize the MAC address for individual computers, this router will know this logical address and we actually will have to punch this into the router. There's a way to configure this. And we're going to tell the router, all the computers plugged in here are going to be part of LAN B. All the computers plugged in here are part of LAN A. All the computers are here are LAN D. All these go into LAN C. So let's draw a local area network that most of us know and love. Here's the local area network in our house. So there's usually some box. Now, I know a lot of people call this a router, but for right now, let's pretend like it's a switch. So I've got a laptop over here, and maybe this switch even does wireless stuff. So here's a smartphone over here, and here's your Google Home hockey puck, whatever it is. All of these computers collectively are part of your local area network. The type of logical addressing we use is called IP addressing, and they look something like this. So here's just one example. 192.168.4. Let's just say 100. Every device inside your local area network, whether it's wired or wireless, gets a unique address, which in this particular example, the first 3 numbers are the same. The last number has to be unique and different. Now, the other cool part is then we also have a router. Now, I'm going to draw the router over here, although again, it's often in this same box. But this router is a member of our network also, and by convention, we tend to give him the .1 address. It's not a law of physics, but that's the most common thing. So the router itself has his own address. So if any 2 computers want to talk to each other, they don't even really use the IP address. They actually just use their MAC addresses. However, if they want to talk to anybody that doesn't have an address that starts with 192.168.4, they have to send it out to this router. We call this router the default gateway. On the other side of this router is a totally different IP address. I'm just making these up. Because this is a completely separate LAN. This is not our LAN. Here's an example of a typical home router. Now I want you to take a close look at this. This particular one is for cable modem, so it's got my cable modem connection. This is another LAN that's being handled by my cable provider. This guy is wireless, so he can do wireless connections, and he even has a built-in 4-port switch out of convenience. So it's a nice little thing. You don't have to go buy a separate switch. It's all built into this one little device, and it makes our life great. Now, the only trick here is you have to enter this information. Now, I'm going to save actually entering the information for other episodes, but before we part away from WAN, I want to answer one more question, and that is, Mike, I don't think I've ever actually had to type in these 192.168s or any of that stuff. That's right, because built into this device is a special kind of server called DHCP, which we'll cover in detail in other episodes, that when you fire up your computer and you join my wireless network, or you just light up and you're plugged in, it automatically gives you all this information, making our life really, really easy. The big takeaway on this episode, more than anything else, is that every computer on Earth has got 2 very different addresses. There's a physical or a MAC address, and that's for your local calls as you're just talking to each other. And then you have a logical address based on this numbering system called IP addressing. And I'm going to save all of those for lots of other episodes in other chapters. Look, I know we live in a world where everybody thinks all of the internet is wireless, but the reality is that wired connections are the backbone of what makes our networking and the internet work. So in this episode, I want to go through the different types of cables and connectors you might run into for a network. Now, the thing you need to understand is that right now, the predominant networking is called Ethernet. So Ethernet defines our frames, Ethernet defines how the network cards work, but Ethernet also defines the type of cabling and connectors we use. Now, there's also some alternatives to this. For example, DOCSIS, better known as cable modems, they have their connectors, and we'll touch on those as well. But what's important is that there are lots of different versions of Ethernet. So they have names like, for example, let me put one up on the screen. This is 10 base T. 10 stands for 10 megabits per second, base stands for baseband, and T stands for twisted pair, which we're going to cover in a minute. So there's lots of these. For example, there's 1000 base T, and there's 10 GB base T, which is 10 gigabit per second. As these different Ethernet standards come along, they need improvements in cabling in order to make sure that they run at their speed that they're capable of. So that's why we have so many different kinds of cables. Also keep in mind that for any one given speed of Ethernet, you might have one type of cable that uses copper and another one that's fiber optic. You're not going to be quizzed on what versions of Ethernet use what type of cabling, but you are going to be quizzed on the types of cables and connectors, and that's what we're all about. So what I want to start with is the old granddad and still heavily used, and that is coaxial, and I've got a piece right here. Coaxial has got a good name because the connectors are axial. So we've got this big centerpiece, and then we've got a white insulator on this particular one, and then this outer cladding is actually a signal tool as well. When we talk about coaxial cable, we use what we call RG ratings. Now there is RG58. RG58 is a very old example. I'll show you that in a second. RG59 and RG6. RG59 and RG6 are used very much in the cabling world, both for video and for networking. So let's take a look at those guys. So this particular cable right here is RG6. You can actually see where it says RG6 right there. Now the type of connectors we use with these are called F-type connectors. They're a threaded connector, and anybody who's ever had cable television is probably familiar with threading these guys in. The only type of coaxial cable that was commonly used in the networking world, and notice I'm using the word was RG58. RG58 was a very thin type of coaxial cable, and it used a very unique connector called BNC. So if you see on this BNC connector, it's not threaded. You push it in and you twist, and it makes a connection. Coaxial cable is absolutely fantastic, but today the predominant type of cable is twisted pair. So what you're looking at here is twisted pair cabling. First of all, this is unshielded. You'll notice there's no metallic foil or anything in here, so we call this unshielded twisted pair, or UTP. This is by far the most common. We have 4 twisted pairs. The reason we put twists in there is that it helps propagate the signal better. If they weren't twisted together, the distances we could run individual cables would be much shorter. In general, all of these unshielded twisted pairs run at about 100 meters, which means from your switch to your individual computers is about 100 meters. Now, there have been lots of different versions of unshielded twisted pair. Let me show you a couple of things here. First of all, here's an old granddad. What you're looking at here is telephone cable, and you'll see it only has 2 pairs, and it has this very interesting connector called RJ11. So this was used for telephones. Now what I want to do is compare that to this right here. And this is called RJ45. So RJ11 had 4 contacts, RJ45 has 8 contacts. Now that's going to make sense if we have 4 pair twisted pair, that's 8 different wires in there, and he can handle all 8 of those. Now there's one other kind of twisted pair I want to talk about, and this is just becoming a little bit more popular these days, and it's called shielded twisted pair. So shielded twisted pair is still twisted pair, it's still an RJ45, but no, you see all this metallic stuff? This is shielding, and it doesn't just come here on the ends, it runs all the way through the cable, and it provides a lot of robust protection. For example, unshielded twisted pair, things like electric motors and fluorescent lights really make it not work well, whereas shielded twisted pair can be a lot closer to those types of interference and work just fine. Now, if you want to be the cool kid on the block, well, like me, Mike Myers, you use fiber optics these days. Fiber optic cable doesn't use electricity, it uses light. It's been around for a long, long time, and it's extremely popular when you're talking about like 10 gigabit Ethernet situations or even faster. But even now we're seeing it actually come into people's homes. For example, for my house, if you want to come over and visit, I don't have a cable modem. I have Ethernet coming into my house via a fiber connection, and it's running at 1 gigabit. Neener, neener, neener. Let's talk about fiber a little bit. This is a fiber optic cable right here. This stuff right here, this is Kevlar, the same stuff they make bulletproof vests out of. So this orange is just a protective cover. The white stuff is cladding, which actually reflects, and it's so small I couldn't even get it out. There is a tiny, tiny, the size of a human hair, piece of fiberglass fiber in there that actually propagates a light signal. Now there's two different kinds of ways to propagate a light signal. This orange stuff is called multimode, and it uses LEDs to propagate the signal. There is another way called single mode, which uses lasers to actually propagate over many, many kilometers of distance. So what I have here in front of me is multimode, which is what you tend to see in a network environment. The last thing I want to point out here are some of these types of connectors. So this is just a few examples of different types of connectors. Notice that they're all in pairs, and there's a reason for that. When you're working with fiber optic, one single wire generally only sends or receives. So usually when you have a fiber optic connection, you plug two of those in, one for send and one for receive. All right, so for the exam, be ready to see pictures, and they're going to say, what is this? And you need to be able to say things like RJ45 and things like that. Now, going back to unshielded twisted pair, there is another issue that comes into play, and that is what we call CAT ratings. CAT ratings are different types of what would look to me as the same kind of unshielded twisted pair, but they're designed to carry much more information. Let me show you what I mean. The four types of CAT rating that you're going to be seeing on the exam are Cat5, which is designed for 100 megabit per second network, Cat5e, which originally was for 100, but now it works for 1 gigabit networks, Cat6, which supports 1 gigabit networks at lengths up to about 100 meters. However, it will also support 10 gigabit up to around 55 meters. And then Cat6a, which supports 10 gigabit at 100 meter segments. I promise you are going to see CAT rating questions on the exam, so just memorize the different ratings and their speeds. So the last thing I want to talk about is what we call plenum ratings. Now, all of these different types of cabling are covered in plastic, and well, plastic can burn. So we have different types of ratings which are based on their ability to resist fire. There are 3 ratings. The most basic one is PVC or non-plenum. This is like the most burnable there is. It's very cheap, but it's not something that you would be comfortable with hiding up into a plenum. A plenum is that area between a drop ceiling and the actual ceiling, that little space where cables go. A plenum could also be if you have a raised floor and the real floor where you're running the cables. So plenum rating, because we're going to have a lot of wires in there, plenum rating cable is much more resistant to fire. And as a result of that, it's going to just not burn as well. There is an intermediate called riser. Riser is actually designed when you're running cables between floors and things like that. And you would think to yourself, well, Mike, wouldn't that want to be even more fire resistant? It's not. It's actually not quite as fire resistant as plenum, but certainly better than PVC. If you're going to be installing your own cable, you have to check your local building codes and make sure you're putting in the right stuff. It's probably going to be plenum, so go with it. Well, how do you know? Well, it's easy. Read the box. If you look on here, it very clearly says non-plenum cable. Cable comes in 1,000 foot lengths, so this is going to be regular PVC, which is a great way to teach networking, is why I keep this stuff around, but I probably wouldn't want to put this into my ceilings or my floors. Which is also interesting, I want you to take a look right here. You see this? It says category 6E+. That's not one of the options that we talked about when we talk about CAT ratings. What we're looking at here is something that happens all the time with cable makers. They will actually come up with their own naming system, and then you actually have to go to the manufacturer and go, which one of these known CAT ratings does it tie to? So be careful when you're buying cable. You never know what cat rating you might run into.
One other class of cabling that you should take note of is the direct buried cable. Now, if you think of our typical LAN cables or fiber optic cables or coax cables that we use indoors, they have a very thin sheathing, typically just to provide some basic cut protection and very, very minimal waterproofing. But if we wanted to actually bury those cables outdoors to do an outdoor run or maybe spread services to an adjacent building, it wouldn't fare so well in the elements. So we've actually come up with what's called a direct buried cable. And these cables have extra layers of insulation and waterproofing that help provide extra heat tolerance and protection against soil acidity and all sorts of moisture protection. And they're actually a lot more preferable in areas with lightning strikes. Because if you think about it, the cable is buried, so it's going to be less prone to have lightning strikes. And in fact, in my home state, we use a lot of direct buried cable. So just take note of that. You'll need to know it for the exam.
I think it's an important skill for any nerd to be able to cut and crimp their own cable. You should be able to take a chunk of cat whatever and crimp it up and make yourself a nice piece of network cable from that. Personally, I carry around a 100-foot piece of unshielded twisted pair cable for all kinds of network testing. Okay, well, it's not in my pocket, but it's in my car. So let's go ahead and talk about what it takes to cut and crimp your own cable. So take a look here. I've got a little tiny short length of, this is Cat 5e, which is just a little bit easier to show in front of a camera. And what we have here are crimps. These are RJ45 crimps. Now, one thing you need to be aware of when it comes to crimps is that they also have a cat rating. So if you're going to be cutting and crimping Cat 5e cable, make sure you go to the store and get Cat 5e crimps, because you have to match them up. Also, I need to warn you right now, some of the more advanced types of cable, like Cat 6A, are really, really challenging to crimp. You can do it, but it takes a little bit of work. So anyway, let's dive in. So the first thing I'm going to do is I've got this handy dandy, well, here, take a look at this. This is a cable crimper and cutter. It will cut the different cables. You can see that piece of razor, and it also has a crimping tool for RJ45 and RJ11. So this one tool is about all I need to get myself started. So first of all, I'm going to cut this thing. Now keep in mind there's Kevlar in there and it can be a real pain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut down about 1 inch. It's hard to see, but it actually has a place where I can cut the jacket away as well as something to absolutely cut it. So first of all, I'm going to cut about 1 inch of this blue jacket off. Nice. So you can see I've gone ahead and I've cut away the blue jacket. So I've got some Kevlar here. I'm going to pull that back. And you can see here are my 4 pairs. You'll notice that it's orange, blue, green, and brown. These colors are important because what we're going to have to do is untwist each of these, slide them into our crimp in a very specific order. There are 2 different standards here. One's called TIA 568A and the other is called TIA 568B. Now before I show those to you, what I want you to do is take a really close look at this crimp. So you'll notice I've got a little tab on the bottom, and based on that tab, starting on your right, that's pin number 1. And then counting from your right over to your left, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Make sure you got this orientation right. So when we're talking about colors, with each pair, you have 2 colors in the pair. You have a solid brown and then a brown white, or a lot of times you'll hear people say brown white stripe. Then we're going to have green, green white, blue, blue white, orange, orange white. Get the idea? So what we need to do is we have to be very careful because each standard defines exactly what hole in the crimp we put each particular color. So let me go ahead and show you right now TIA 568A and TIA 568B. So the nice thing about TIA 568A and TIA 568B, 4 of the wires go in the exact same place. If it starts with a B, it stays in the same place. So down in position 8, that's going to be brown. In position 7, that's brown white. And then blue is in position 4, and then blue white is in position 5. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, and 6 open. Now the trick is A stands for alphabetical. We've got green and orange, right? So green now comes before orange. So we go ahead and do white, green, and green into position 1 and 2, and then white, orange, and orange into the 2 remaining positions. TIA 568B is exactly the same, except we simply swap out the orange and the green. So I need to warn you right now, Mike Myers may be a popular trainer, but that doesn't mean that I'm really good or fast at crimping these cables. So bear with me a minute while I get the crimps on. So this is an intermediate step. What I've done is I've untwisted all of the different ones and I'm slowly flattening and laying them out. So you can see I'm doing 568A because I'm doing the greens before the orange. So I'm going to keep slowly working this and create a nice broom shape. Look how pretty that is. Notice I've got a death grip on these. If I let this go, they're going to go everywhere, but I've got them laid out nice and flat. The challenge we have here is that in order to stay within any cat rating, the distance from the last twist to where you actually punch down in the crimp has to be ½ an inch. I am personally incapable of doing that, but I can get pretty close. And here's where I'll cheat and actually use a pair of scissors instead of the cutter on my crimper. And I make a nice straight cut. Look how pretty that is. And I'm going to take one more eyeball and make sure I've got it set to 56A. It looks good. And then I just push it into the back of the crimp. And I shove it in. Now there's vampire punches in here. So what I'm going to do is hold it up to the light and make sure that they've gone all the way up. I don't know if we can catch this. Let's take a look. You see how the colors are going almost to the end of the crimp? So that tells me I'm probably in good shape. Notice I've also got the Kevlar pushed to the back. Okay, so now I put it into the crimper. And I'm halfway done. Let's do it again. So be careful with these crimpers. Notice that there's a notch for the actual little tab. On the other side, there's no notch. If you try to shove it in here, you've probably not only ruined your cable, but you probably ruined the crimper just as much. Okay, well, here's the moment of truth. Now it's time to actually test the cable. So what you need is some kind of cable tester. I use the Fluke Networks Microscanner Pro, but you can use a lot of other ones. Basically, you're checking for number one, continuity. Is it connected from one end to the other? And the other thing you're checking is wire map. Do I have the right color in pin 1 to pin 1? And you get the idea, they have to be in the right spots. By the way, if you've got them wired properly, this is what we call a straight through cable. So let's go ahead and test this thing. So this is a pretty cable. You'll notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is telling me I've got a good wire map and I have good continuity. What I want to do this time is I'm going to mess this up a little bit on purpose, and I want to show you what an error might look like. These are easily abused. That should do it. Let's see what happens. In this particular example, I'm missing continuity. We'll see that 3, 6, 7, and 8 are not connected. Now, if I were to plug these in and I saw something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and on the other side it said 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 or something like that, that's going to tell me that I've got them backwards. And that's actually a very interesting type of cable. If you wire one side 568A and you wire the other side 568B, you're creating a very special type of cable known as a crossover cable. Crossover cables are actually kind of handy. One of the things you can do with them is you can actually plug two computers directly together, no switch, no nothing, and they will actually be able to talk to each other most of the time. It depends on the network card. So make sure you're comfortable with the difference between a straight through, which is wired the same on each side, and then a crossover, which is going to be A on one side and B on the other. Take your time when you're playing with cables. It's not the easiest thing to do, and it's not uncommon to try over and over again, cutting off a crimp and just keeping practicing, and one day you'll be as good as me. If you think about network cabling, if you wanted to, you could take a switch like this, put it in the middle of a room, plug it in, and then you could have everybody make their own cables, plug it into the switch, and then go ahead and plug it into their individual systems. Well, that would be a really bad idea because you're leaving cables all over the floor, so it's a hazard not only to people, but to your data. What we want is we want our cables in the walls. We want them in the walls in an organized way that the cables are safe and then we can connect when we need to. This is known as structured cabling. Now, structured cabling begins usually in a closet or some kind of room that we will often call the main distribution frame or intermediate distribution frame. It's the closet where the equipment is. And we're going to see something like this. This is a 19-inch equipment rack, and it's extremely standard. In fact, not only is the 19 inches standard, but these heights, which are known as a U, are extremely standard as well. So this thing, which we don't know what it is yet, is 1 U high. Here's a switch that's designed to be mounted into a rack. It is a 1 U switch, and it's designed for us to just go ahead and screw this guy in, which I'm not going to do right now, but let me go ahead and just set this off to the side. So from your equipment rack, what we're going to do is we're going to have what we call the horizontal runs. This is a run that runs to the different wall outlets throughout your local area network and runs into the back of this fella, which we call a patch panel. Now, here's how this all works. Let me put this together for you. What I have here in front of me are a couple of little cables. There's nothing special about these cables. So you're going to see that we have this big extra rubber chunk on here. We call this a boot. The reason we call that a boot is because these cables, patch cables, are going to act as the actual interconnections for all of this. So let's go ahead and start with, let's start with this white patch cable. So from the wall outlet, we're going to snap in. Woo, there we go. So this is snapped in and ready to go. And what we're going to do is we're going to take one of these patch cables, we plug in here, and this end goes into our computer. Inside the equipment room, we're going to take our switch. Now normally this would be screwed down, but for now I'm just going to leave it hanging like this. And what we're going to do is there's a number back here that I correlate to, and I'm going to plug in here, and then I'm going to plug in anywhere in the switch. So what we have is from the switch, we have one patch cable, which goes into the patch panel. Then we have the horizontal run, and this is running through the plenum and the walls and everything. And it comes in here, and then it goes out into our individual systems. That's one horizontal run. This is the most important part there is to a structured cabling setup. Now, according to TIA rules, the longest run you can have for one of these horizontal runs is 90 meters, which is interesting because Ethernet allows in almost all situations 100-meter runs. The reason they make it 90 meters is they're compensating for the individual patch cables themselves. So the idea is that you can have up to 10 meters of patch cable. So this is, in the most simple sense of the word, how we would set up an individual horizontal run. Why don't we take a look at a more serious work-a-day type of structured cabling setup. So this is the actual main distribution frame for my little company here at Total Seminars. First of all, if you look there towards the top, you'll see that we have a pretty big patch panel there. That patch panel out the back, you'll see there's a whole bunch of runs that are running to the many, many different wall outlets here in the office. Coming down from that patch panel, you're going to see a ton of little patch cables. And what those are plugged into is my switch. In fact, there's so many patch cables, my switch is slightly obscured, and that's perfectly fine. And if you actually look down a little bit more, you're going to notice that these are actual server systems. So these are rack-mounted computers that are providing file services for my little bit of network. So you're going to see patch panels, switches, and even some computers on a rack. So the one other thing I want to show you is how do we actually connect to these 110 punch downs. Now to do that, we're going to use a 110 punch down tool, and I've got this piece of run here. Let's go ahead and punch down into this guy. So the first thing I want you to notice is that it has 568A and B here, but if you look at the diagram, you'll see that that's not what we've seen in other episodes. That's because the patch panel will rewire them however it wants into the actual connectors. So we need to follow this in order to make sure we have 568A or B. Now the tool we're going to use is this fella right here. So this is a 110 punch down tool. What's important is that you notice one tip sticks out a little bit more than the others. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to actually be punching down. And we want to make sure that this is always on the outside no matter what we do. So let's go ahead and punch down. So what I'm doing for starters here is I'm just kind of dropping the individual wires in here. What I don't want to do is have these on this side really tight and then these are really wide. So kind of just get them about right. So we're going to do A, so I'm going to do orange next. And by the way, the patterns on these patch panels change by manufacturer. So because you're seeing this here, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same with the patch panel you buy. So I got a few of those in. Let's start punching. So that looks pretty nice. Well, how do you know you did a good 110 punch down? Well, the answer is you need to use a cable tester. Now in this case, what I'm going to use is I've got this cable tester I've used in other episodes. Now if you look at the end of this cable tester, you see that I can put both ends in here. Now that's going to be a real problem when it comes to having a big long run with everything in the walls and all that. So a good tester is always going to come with a little remote. So I can go ahead and plug one end in here, and I can plug the other end at the wall outlet right here, and I can actually do an end-to-end test. The tests are the same as we see in other episodes. I want to do a continuity test, and I want to do a wire map test. However, there is one more test you might want to consider. And it's not really testing per se, it's more a matter of locating, and that's where we come up with the fox and the hound. This is a tone generator, and this is a tone probe. This is the fox because it's making a noise, and this is the hound because he finds the noise. Now, we use these all the time to locate cables. A lot of times, for example, you'll have a wall outlet and you have no idea where it shows up in the patch panel. So these tools really come into play. Now, I don't use the built-in Fox because my little Fluke micro scanner has a built-in Fox in it. This is a really handy tool. It's also about $500. So what I can do here is I can put it into its special mode, and what you can hear is this. You ready? Listen. I could even change the tone if I need to. For example, if I had a few of these. You get the idea? What this allows us to do is to find a homeless cable. It allows us to track down and locate where something should be. I can't tell you how many times I've walked up to a wall outlet and I had no idea where it was in the patch panel, and using a tool like this really saves your bacon. There is one more test you might want to consider, and that's called Time Domain Reflectometer, or TDR. TDR just uses the speed of light to be able to detect how long a cable is, and it can often be a really handy test. For example, if I've got a 40-meter run of cable from my patch panel to my wall outlet, and I put a TDR on there and it says 20 meters, you might have a break somewhere in the walls, which is the ultimate thing that we never want to do. The last thing I want to mention is that we actually use different types of unshielded twisted pair. One type, which we call solid core, is what we put into the walls themselves. Solid core means each one of those 8 wires is a solid piece of copper. It carries electricity really, really well, and we like to use that. For the patch cables themselves, though, we use stranded, where each one of those 8 wires is actually stranded. The nice thing about a patch is that it's flexible, and because we have stranded in there, we won't break it. So it's not as good, but we won't break anything. And make sure you're comfortable with those, because you will hear about stranded and solid on the A+ exam.
Now, sometimes with all these cables and connectors and ports comes the need for us to actually test those and test their physical operability and see if they're actually functioning correctly. One quick and easy way that we can do that is with what's called a loopback plug or a loopback cable. Now, basically with these two devices is we take the output signal and reverse it with the input signal. So we have one handy little device we can plug right into a port or a connector or a cable and test whether or not that is physically functioning properly or not. Now you'll see over here some wiring diagrams that come from our friends over at Oracle for not only the 10100 but also gigabit and fast Ethernet standards here. But this is an actual picture of a loopback plug for an RJ45 port that someone themselves would actually set up. And as you can see, if you actually pull up the T568A or T568B wiring diagram, you would notice that the input signal is reversed with the output signal here. And so this is a great way for testing if the port physically works or not. Now, if you're looking for more commercial alternative, these are sold. These are relatively cheap. You can find them, and they're handy to keep on a keychain, especially if you're a systems admin or a network engineer. Just plug them in, and you know right away if that port is good. And they also make them for fiber connections as well. So if you're somebody that has fiber run out to your house, or if you deal with multi-mode or single-mode fiber, you have the ability to also test those fiber ports as well with a loopback plug or a loopback cable. So again, just another tool in our arsenal that helps us test the physical efficiency and operability of specific cables, connectors, and ports.
If you want an individual computer, or as we often say, host in the networking world, to connect to your network, it's going to need some kind of network card. So what I got right here is a very old school network interface card, or NIC. So it's actually a card, and you would snap it into your computer. And if you look here on the end, it's got a little RJ45 connector, and this is how we connected to our networks. We had to actually stamp this in, came with a driver's disc. We've done that stuff before. Now, network cards are almost never simple cards anymore. They're almost always built in. Like, for example, I got this motherboard here, and it's got a built-in network card. Even this laptop here has got a built-in NIC. So let's get some terminology down right now. Even though nobody uses a card anymore, we still call it a network card or a NIC. I guess it's just an interface now, but we use the term network card or NIC. Now, if you're going to be installing a NIC, odds are good it's come off your motherboard, and it's going to be installed with your motherboard drivers, which we've covered in other episodes. So we're going to assume I've got a good install here. So let's take a look at Device Manager on my system. Now, if we take a look at Device Manager, so here's network adapters. I'm going to open this up. And first of all, ignore all these WAN things. This is a Windows thing, and we'll touch on this in other episodes. But what's important here is right here. That is my built-in on the motherboard network card. Now, I have this other thing in here, but I want you to notice, do you see that little down arrow? That means it's disabled. So for some reason, I've chosen to disable that. If I wanted to enable it, I could turn it back on. So I don't have any scary exclamation points or anything, so I know the driver is up and running and in good order. However, there's often a lot of little very interesting settings that are covered on the A+, so we need to dig a little bit deeper here in Device Manager. So what I want to do is right-click on that particular NIC and go to Properties. Now there's a lot of stuff in here that we've seen in other episodes, like events, general stuff, but what's really interesting here is Advanced. You've got all kinds of settings in here, and different network cards will have very different settings in here. Now, the A+ does not expect you to know all of these. In fact, I don't know them all. but there's a couple that do come up. In particular is speed and duplex. Now right now you'll see it's set to auto negotiation, but look at these other options. This system has a 1 gigabit network card built into it. However, sometimes situations take place where you might want to turn it down a little bit. First of all is duplex. Most network cards today, certainly in the 1 gigabit and better range, all run what we call full duplex. Full duplex means that it's talking and listening at the exact same time. So there are a few unique situations where you might want to turn it to half duplex. So let's see what we can do here in terms of setting it not only to half duplex, but slowing it down. So 1 gigabyte per second is only full duplex, but I've got 100 megabit per second half duplex and 10 megabit per second half duplex, as well as 10 megabit per second full duplex and 100 megabit per second full duplex. If there's a situation where you need to change it, well, this is the place to do it. Now, this is on the A+, but I will tell you from a personal standpoint, I have almost never had to make this particular setting change. I set it to auto and I leave it alone and it works great. The one time I've had to go in here and set things to half duplex is when I made a crossover cable, plugged it into 2 laptops, and in order to get them to talk to each other, I had to kick them down to half duplex. Literally, in 25 years of working on computers, that's about the only situation where I've ever had to mess with this. So be aware of that. Now, the other thing that is often really handy is something called Wake on LAN. Wake on LAN simply wakes up a computer when it's turned off if certain information comes in. Now, what we call that is we call it the magic packet. So I could be an administrator and I'm on a system and I want to distribute an update to all the computers that are under my purview. The problem is a lot of them will be turned off. Maybe it's a Saturday, right? Because I don't want to have everybody go down during the workday. So what I can do is I can send out a update, and this update will include this magic packet, which is designed to wake people up. Wake on LAN is a great idea. It sounds like, oh, so anytime anything happens on the LAN, I'll wake up. Well, on today's LANs, everything's happening. So if you just set wake on any LAN activity, it would always be on because you'd never have a chance to turn it off. So let's take a look at what settings we have for that. These are invariably under power management. So number 1, allow the computer to turn off this device. But here's where I'm talking about wake on LAN. Allow this device to wake the computer and only allow a magic packet to wake this computer. If you're going to check this box, I guarantee you'll be checking this box as well. You're only going to be setting wake on LAN if some administrator on high says, look, we need to have Wake on LAN on all these because I like to run updates and these computers go down. The other thing to remember on Wake on LAN is that there is invariably in your system setup some type of setting that says enable Wake on LAN in there as well. So you need to be careful with that. Also, while you're in there, also keep in mind is that you can almost always turn off these built-in network cards. And I've had a lot of frustration where I'm trying to figure out why a NIC won't show up in Device Manager, only to discover that somebody actually disabled it in their system setup. So don't let that one catch you either. Okay, so now I'm up and cooking, everybody's happy. What I want to talk about now is the concept of what we call link lights. So to do this, I've got this pushed over, but we've got another camera over here so you can see this, is I've got a switch right here, and I've also got a system. Now, if you take a look, as we've got them connected, anytime you have a device connected to a switch, you have what are called link lights. Now, link lights are going to tell you three things. Number one, you're going to have one link light that says, I am connected to a switch. You're going to have another link light that says, how fast am I running? Keep in mind that a gigabit network card, if it's connected to a 100 megabit switch, it's going to run at 100 megabits. So they auto-negotiate this when you fire everything up. And the third thing it's going to show you is activity. So let's make sure we got this. If you've got a link, there will be a link light and it will be steady and on all the time. Then you're going to have a speed light. And by the way, the link light and the speed light are often the same light. It just changes color. And there is no standard on colors, folks, so don't ask me. You're going to have to look up the documentation on your network card to figure out what the different colors mean in terms of speed. The last one, though, the activity light, will always be flickering. So it's a really slow network. Maybe it'll be quiet for a second or two, and then it's very important that you recognize the different types of activity that the activity light does, the link light does, and the speed light does. Remember, the link light is on and steady, the activity light is flickering. That is normal operation. So let's take a look at what we got over here. So first of all, if you take a look at the switch's link lights are way over here on the left. So I have to correlate that to the port number over here, and I can see I've got, well, that's an on light, but then there's a link light next to it. Now, if we go down and look at the actual connection on the back of my motherboard, you'll see I've got two lights. I've got a steady on link light, and that color reflects that it's probably running at 100 megabits per second. It's a gigabit card in there. And then I also have an activity light, which should be flickering on and off. Don't let a bad NIC ever cause trouble for you as part of your troubleshooting. Network cards are pretty steady, and once they're installed, they tend to run forever, and they run great. The other danger you run into, though, is with the link lights and trusting them on perfect connectivity. So you've got something plugged in, and you look on the back of your computer, and all of a sudden it shows link lights are going, or at least a connectivity light. And you're like, oh, I'm connected to a switch. If you go over to the switch, you may find that the switch doesn't have a link light. And that's a big challenge with link lights. Yes, checking the link lights is always a good idea to ensure network connectivity. If you really want to ensure your network connectivity, go ahead, check out the link light on the back of your system, but head on over to your distribution frame, find the switch that you're plugged into, and make sure that it also has a link light. We live in an incredible world today where we can use our smartphones and get all kinds of information, or we can sit at our desktops and play incredible games with other people in real time. It is a great, great time to be a tech. However, the CompTIA A+ really wants you to understand networking in a deep and profound way. So if you really want to understand networking well enough to be able to pass the A+ and to succeed as a technician out there, we've got to bring it down a little bit. Forget the smartphones, forget the fancy tablets, forget Google. Let's take it down to a simpler world. A time before the internet, a time when networking was really just for a few computers, maybe 5 computers, maybe 15, maybe 20 computers that worked together in the same office, that were all hooked together, and the only thing they shared back in the old days was they'd probably share a printer, and they'd probably share each other's folders so that we could access each other's Microsoft Word documents. So we're going back to a very, very simple time, very basic networking and what we call a local area network, or a LAN. So let's talk about that for a minute. So imagine I've got a nice little office here, and I've got some people with some computers and they're working away, and maybe there's somebody with a laptop over here, and here's a printer. And what we would do back in the old days, and still do today, is we would run wires, not between the computers, but to a central little box that, at least for the moment, I'm going to call a hub. So everybody is physically connected from this central point called, again, momentarily, we're going to call it a hub. Now, in today's society, it still works that way. In a wireless world, for example, we would have something called a wireless access point, and everybody's talking on the same frequency to that particular wireless access point. Well, that sounds okay, but right off the top, I see 2 big problems. Problem number 1, how do we keep any one person from hogging up the network? And problem number 2, how do we know how to send data to this computer and not that computer? Let's take a look. So imagine a situation where I've got Shannon and Dana who are all plugged together on this one local area network. Now, Dana wants to access Shannon's Microsoft Word document. Now, if she were to simply start grabbing that, anybody else who wanted to talk, let's say it's a huge document, he kind of hogs up everything, and that could be a real problem. So to keep anybody from hogging up the entire network, a bunch of folks got together back really in the late 1970s and developed a type of networking called Ethernet. Now, it may be old, but it is still the most popular type of networking that we use today. Ethernet defines what kind of cabling we use, what kind of these little hubs, it defines speeds, it defines all kinds of stuff, but it also defines something really important, and it says you can only make your data in discrete chunks of 1,500 bytes. So if you want to send data, for example, if you want to send a Microsoft Word document and it's 100 megabytes big, that'd be a big Word document, it has to be broken up into zillions of these little 1,500 byte chunks called a frame. Now don't worry, we'll see that the operating systems have the smarts to take the Word document apart and then put it back together on the other end, but for right now, a frame is only going to be 1,500 bytes tops. Well, that takes care of one problem, but it doesn't take care of another. So here's poor Dana over here, and she wants to go talk to the Shannon computer because she wants to get a hold of this Microsoft Word document. But there's lots of other computers on this network. We have to come up with some way to uniquely identify each computer on the network so that we know how to talk to these guys and not to the others. So what I've got set up in front of me is a very, very simple network. So here's one computer. Now, it used to be we had network cards you snap in, but they're all pretty much built into the motherboards today. So on this motherboard right here is a Ethernet connection. And as we go over to this other one, he's got an Ethernet connection as well. And they all come together in this central box, which I'm going to temporarily call a hub. In fact, there's even another computer I don't care about. He's somewhere else. So in this particular situation, I've got 3 computers. We uniquely identify every system on the local area network through something called a media access control, or MAC address. A MAC address is a 48-bit address, which is always manifested as 12 hexadecimal characters. So let's put up a MAC address right here. So this is an example of what a MAC address might look like. So every network card in the universe gets a unique MAC address. So if it's got 12 hexadecimal characters, the first 6 characters are what we call the OEM ID. So if I'm going to start making network cards, I am issued those first 6 characters from the issuing body of the internet, and then I can spin up all the other ones as much as I want. So these 2 computers in front of me have MAC on them. So what I'm going to do is, his MAC address is this, and this one's MAC address looks like that. Would you like to see the MAC addresses on your computers? It's easy. If you're on a Windows system, just open up a command prompt and type in the command ipconfig /all, A-L-L. If you type it, you're going to see something that looks like this. There's a lot in there, but there's one particular line I want you to concentrate on. You see where it says physical address? That's the actual MAC address for the network card in your computer. This also works with Mac as well as Linux systems, except you use the command ifconfig, or you could just use if, and you can get basically similar results. All right, so we now have MAC addresses that are assigned to every network card out there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add to this frame. And what we're going to do, every time we send out a frame, instead of just the data, at the beginning, we're going to put the destination MAC address and then the source MAC address. So actually, I've got some MAC addresses in here already. So this will get it to the correct computer, and as a courtesy, we always put the source MAC address in case they want to talk back to us. They know our MAC address already. Now, as you take a look at this, there's only one other thing I want to add, and that is what we call a frame check sequence, or FCS. The frame check sequence is nothing more than a checker so that when this data gets over to its destination, they can compare this value to the data, and it gives them a pretty good idea as to whether the data came in good order. So what you're looking at here is the basics of what we call an Ethernet frame. These frames were invented almost 40 years ago, and we still use them on the highest speed networks out there today. What you may not be noticing is a term that people love to use a lot called IP address. IP addresses are important, but in a small local area network like this, they don't really do much. In order to appreciate IP addresses, we need to start making our networks bigger through something called a wide area network. I want to talk a minute about that little box that everybody connects to make a local area network. I've got a bunch of these little boxes in front of me. Some of them only have maybe 5 connections, some have more than that. It doesn't matter. One of the things that's important with these boxes is I can plug these network cables in anywhere I want. You don't have to plug them in certain points, but as long as all the computers are plugged into one of these little boxes together, I've got a local area network. But that's not the issue. What I want to talk about is there's 2 very different technologies in front of you. I've got 4 things called a switch and 1 thing called a hub. Now, I'm going to give it away. This box right over here on top is a hub. Now, underneath it is a switch. Can you tell the difference? Mike, we don't even know what the difference is yet. I know that's what this episode's all about. But I want you to look very, very closely. If you look on this top one right here, you'll see it says hub. And if you look at the lower one, you'll see it says switch. So what is the difference between a hub and a switch? Well, let me show you. Here on the left, I have an 8-port hub. And you can see I've got 4 computers, A through D. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect these computers to this hub. Now, it doesn't matter where you plug them in. As long as they're all connected, we now have a local area network. But something very interesting takes place. Let's say that computer D wants to talk to computer A. So computer D sends a frame, and it goes into this port right here. This box is what we call a repeater. It takes the signal that comes in, and it repeats it. It makes a new copy. So it's not an amplifier. It repeats the signal and sends that signal back out where everybody is connected. So that way, everybody will get the conversation between D and A. Now, these other computers, they'll read the MAC address, and since they know their MAC address, and they look at the destination MAC, they just erase it because it's not for them, and that's how the communication goes. Now, there's a problem with this type of setup. Let's say that C and D are talking and A and B are talking. On this hub, I'm going to say that it has a maximum throughput of 10 megabits per second. Now that sounds like a lot, but if you're trying to copy a Word document or send a printer job, it can actually be very slow. And we're going to make it worse because A and B are talking and C and D are talking. They're sharing that 10 megabits per second, which means both of these conversations are now 5 megabits per second. And heaven forbid we put 10 or 15 more computers on there, it really slows stuff down. So what I want to do is let's suddenly magically transform this hub into a switch. It looks the same, but it's going to act very differently. The first thing that happens is that this box will begin to collect MAC addresses. So as A plugs in, he'll write down the MAC address for A on a little internal list. As B plugs in, he now knows what the MAC address is for B, C, D, everybody who's on there, and it's all taken care of automatically. There's nothing to configure, and he now knows everybody's MAC address. By knowing that, something magical happens. Let's say A and B want to start talking to each other. As soon as the frame comes in here, the switch looks at the destination MAC address, because he's got them all memorized. He goes, oh, that's this port right here, and makes a direct physical connection, almost like those old-time telephone operators where they would plug into the switches. And the same thing for this communication right here between C and D. The power of this is that now, instead of having two 5 megabit per second conversations, we have two 10 megabit per second conversations because nobody's trying to talk over the other conversation. If you're going to be making a local area network today, you're going to be using a switch. Today we're talking
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that. That's why it's the top position in my portfolio.
So, any of you guys trading right now?
No, just watching.
Right. How are you doing?
Just watching this 44 area, I guess. Doesn't look very exciting.
No, actually, well, I I got out of the graphs at 12:40, and then it tanked completely. An hour, it was completely slow, awful.
Yeah,
And then,
that's why
beautiful.
you need to look in real time. Because if I look at historical, it doesn't seem that bad, but it's different when you're watching that.
Awful in like this period, and then after that, flush down. But I was not there.
It was a decent short at the open and later on.
Yes. Did you trade at all today?
No, not at all. I just arrived in the office like 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
I missed a fucking train, so I was late.
Okay.
Not much to do here.
Yeah. Again, very slow now. Good pick up of the buys at 3.3. So.
Yeah, that was
after
decent
that,
too. That was decent too. Nothing to do.
Maybe we'll have another flush. Who knows? Yeah, the thing is, like, it can happen very quickly.
Yeah.
Very boring for a long time, and then this.
And then you have to sit on your end. Yeah.
If you miss the move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nature of the business.
Yep.
There's decent pressure, 47, 48, 40, 50. I'll see. I want to see at this point. 46, up to 46 will be nice. I'm not sure I'll take a trade today.
Yeah. You just arrived, yeah, take time to.
Yeah, I don't want to rush a fucking trade just for the sake of it, so no.
Yeah, I don't. No rush. What might be interesting with PPI, I think.
Yep.
And then when that.
What we got
Wednesday.
on the calendar, action. Yeah. Tuesday, pretty much. Yeah, PPI. Okay. And
CPI on Wednesday.
CPI. Yeah, that's interesting. Not the CPI by itself. That's pretty much untradeable if you don't have a position, but the retest of the area in the following day, that's something you usually should pay attention to.
Okay.
Yeah, you mark the range, the CPI range, so what's happening after the CPI when things settle down. And if price revisit the area, that's usually interesting. I'm not talking about a revisit 5 minutes later. I'm talking later on, next days, so on. Because usually a decision is made around those spots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Not
maybe a
a
good
religion, but
continuation.
usually work. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, depends on the news, obviously.
Yeah.
As expected, maybe.
Yeah, it's less relevant. If something that is less expected, the retest it holds a lot more weight. Isn't Simon here?
See. Yep. Was waiting for this. But, we'll see if there is continuation. Okay. Buying there.
Yeah, let's see if the fucking drive to 46 will be nice.
Might happen now. Mm-mm-mm. Or not. I started to notice some how to say that? Some early signs of change in flow, like how the liquidity
nice.
and some
Yeah,
and figure what everything, and it's really interesting to see it live and to see like okay now in addition to this I want to see them hold a certain level blah blah blah
Yeah,
and to
yeah,
see
that's
this unfold.
the case. Yes, that's the gist of it. And it's important to see that stuff live quickly because your decision time is very, very short.
Mhm. Yeah, like I like to understand how like everything is like a puzzle, and you need to put all the pieces right together to make
Yeah.
like, trading profitable. Like if you miss one piece, you might fuck everything up.
Oh, yeah. 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 Pretty much, unfortunately. Yeah. The thing is, on intraday, you're really, it's a matter of fucking second. You miss the ball. You can take pullback, but you can sit on a little bit on your end. Not that much because you have really a lot of opportunity every day, but fine.
Yeah.
Everything is bold. Let's see if we got a nice flush to 46. That would be nice. And that's a potential opportunity for a little shorting to repick the short, but we'll see.
We have some continuation there. Through.
Oh, 1 point.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see how it plays out.
Mm.
The buyers failed there. On the bid.
Still already moved. Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna grab some food and come back later.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, take slow. Probably leave, half an hour. Just watching.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there. All cool, all cool. No, I just arrived 20 minutes ago. Watching this 46 to see an eventual pickup in the short again, but far from be convincing at the moment. Oh, boy. Uh, 30 is my number. Yes. 49. Yeah. 49, 48, 50, that kind of stuff. But it was a very decent buying at the fucking 33. Even the previous one, at 41, was decent too. Still pulled back, but yep. Yeah, both swing number 14 and 12. That was two decent long there. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. 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 12, yes. 14 is a little bit more tricky because it was decent buy on the first attempt, like the little swing that you have before the number. 107 on time. So yeah, 12 way more easy. 14 is doable, but a little bit more tricky. Probably I will just an inside would have taken on a small loss or a break even on the first attempt and then eventually another position on the pickup. No, that wasn't very. No, that wasn't very convincing. Nothing that will trigger a trade for me. Yeah, but that was the the breakout sort of. So you should expect some volume there. It's not very convincing. So no, that's not a trade for me. 12 by itself, yes. The little stuff before, no. The little stuff before 14, yes. 14, yes. Yeah. 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 To be honest, I would probably have taken a little loss or a little breakout on the on 14 on the jazz before the actual low, before the actual number, before 14. Just by looking in inside, of course. I wasn't here, so I don't know how that played in real time. Mm. Yeah. Nothing exciting at the moment. Decent liquidity though. Yeah, that's pretty much that's normal. For yes, was the previous weeks that was yeah 700 800 is pretty okay. Even a little higher actually. Well, no, it's the movement is not very different compared to the previous week. It's maybe a little slower probably, but yeah, we need a little time to adjust for liquidity. And probably will drop again the next months because of election and all that jazz. Which is not bad. I mean, it's more volatile. That's fun. Yeah, but you need to be a little more tight with stop and break even and all that jazz. Not usually. There are no fixed rule, but this one I see as a really fucking bad one. With everything going on, Israel, Ukraine, and all that jazz. And to be honest, I don't know what's the best option there. Like, Yes. Both. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. So I don't know what's. I don't know. Trump could be considered, I guess, good for stock and that chat, but not really because it's a scary time. This it's Israel, it's Ukraine, it's China, it's the Africa that's imploding. It's not safer as his previous mandate. He would like to take decision, which that's not exactly the guy you wanted there for that kind of decision. On the other, uh, yeah. On the other hand, the other one is there's completely like it's just, I don't know. I don't even know how they. It's not even able to fucking walk or talk. So for sure, but for sure, yeah, for sure. There are safe net in both cases, but still. I guess Biden is all the safest choice, but it depends even with the vice president this time who will be candidate for vice president because Kamala Harris, oh fuck. Because there will be a fat chance that VP will become actually president at some point. So isn't selling there. Yeah. Yeah, but one is sorry, I was breaking up. I had to reconnect the second Discord. I was pushing some update. Yeah, I was saying just it's more scary this time because one is an idiot with a revenge mission, and the other one is an idiot that cannot even fucking walk or talk. So it's scary, anyhow. Yeah, yeah. Well, oh yeah. It's bad than whatever you're looking at. It's Europe is fucking They're all fucking morons on both sides. So yeah. Yeah. But I have to say, I'm fucking really surprised to see both guys being candidate again. Like, really fucking surprised. Even Trump, like fucking hell, after all that stupid stuff in the assault on Capitol Hill, I mean, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. So I definitely wasn't expecting neither the two. I was expecting Blinken or someone like that. Blinken, the Secretary of Defense. Blinken, the one that is managing the Israel stuff now. That's a smart one. And he's doing the fucking miracle to be honest, considering how fucking hard is that fucking things. Like being on Israel's side and on the other end taming them down, like don't do stupid shit, please. Don't go in fucking Rafah. Don't start World War III, please. Mm. Good luck. It's already in a sort World War III, if you're looking at it, like it's happening every front, like Ukraine, Africa is imploding, Asia, all the fucking Taiwan jets, and Middle East, of course. No. It's like trading. People believe that there's a lot of secret, super secret stuff and complicated stuff. It's really way more simple than people think. And those morons, most of the time, have no fucking idea or no fucking clue what they're doing. Yeah, it's about opportunity. Very few people in power had a real opportunity to make some change. Like you need to be really lucky to be there at the right time at the right spot. Sometimes you are the right person, wrong time. You cannot do literally fucking nothing. Clinton got that opportunity and did fucking nothing. In Europe, Blair got that opportunity, didn't fucking nothing. All the old one, Mitterrand, Kohl, they got the opportunity, they didn't fucking nothing. Everyone that's come after, they're just morons and they don't have even the opportunity to do a lot. Wrong time. No, no, absolutely. You're right. It's right time, right opportunity. It's a very small window to act. It's usually 1 year because after that you need to think. I don't know if you are in the U.S. You need to think of the election of the parliament, and then after that there is the re-election and blah blah blah. It's a real small window of opportunity. And the same goes in Europe. You have like 1 year. After that, there is some election, some re-election, some other stuff, and you cannot do anything because if you do stuff, people will get angry. No. Most of them, yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes the dirty one is could be the good one because I don't know, like Draghi in Europe, he's a fucking Goldman Sachs boy for sure, but he has nothing to lose. Like he don't give a shit. He's done. He's done his job. He's done his career. So he has very clear idea about Europe and all that jazz. But he probably lost his opportunity already. Fucking slow. Fucking slow. Yep. Yep. I'll wait. Yeah. I'll wait another. Yeah, two and a half. That's 3. That's when usually start to pick up a little bit. I'll wait another 10 minutes now. Fuck off. It's not worth to spend time, and it's just still everything is bought. So yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. But it ended just first pullback, 43 something. It was uh, buy prior. Yeah. No, there is enough buyers coming in right now, but it's yeah, it's decent. It's a small stuff, not in volume, but it's small stuff. It's very small stuff. There's decent pressure, but nothing else. Yeah. Yeah. They were from 43 to 44.25 there. Now you got some little excess in buying. I'm looking at the P's now, how it goes, like how the pick up. Like you look at the 200, you see from the last little low 42.75. That's not great buy. That's little shit. We got some, yes, and then you got from what's that? 257 time. That's when the buyer picked up a little bit. It's still small chicken shit, but that's what we got for now. No, not really. No, I don't compare, but I look at the piece. Like I want to see them getting in continuously with some little other side failure. So I'm looking at the piece on the dome and all that jazz. It's not about necessarily about the quantity. Like if it's enough and it's constant and it's going, it's enough. And more important, there is a sort of little failure on the other side. That's enough.
Hello back.
You didn't miss anything.
Just saw that. Uh, but amazing session.
This is a decent spot for seller to pile in, but it's not happening.
Wow. Had a monumental failure of the sellers there, no?
I don't see any selling coming in now. Maybe a little bit, but pretty
No,
much.
I mean the bottom we failed to push.
Yeah. There was a little failure, but just very little shit. Now we got some decent pressure, so overall, all the jets that is popping up 49, 51, and blah blah blah.
Found the heat map harder to read since there is a lot of liquidity on the book now.
Yeah.
Because it's like all light up. So I don't know if you adjust for that or
The liquidity on the way up? You mean the red stuff that is popping up on the heat map?
no. I mean the since a few now almost a week, the liquidity came back like as normal, and
Yeah.
for me the heat map is all light up. It means like
Yeah.
I don't see as much as the nuance as before, since there is overall more liquidity.
You can
So,
adjust
I
the
don't know.
heat map a little bit, but it's you need to zoom in a little bit to see more clearly. You're probably very zoom out, so you see all yellow and blue.
Yeah,
If you
that's
zoom,
exactly what's happening.
Yeah, if you zoom in a little bit, it's a little more clear.
Okay. I see. Have you been able to take the short
No.
46 this time?
No, this one, but it's too fast, and I'm looking to leave in 5 minutes. So, not really, not too fast. I just miss it. And the only opportunity to take a trade was pretty much 46. So 46.25. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, for me, it's long after the 14 is on the swing number, decent pickup, 16, decent pickup, tradable too. So I'm already on the long side, but it's just a pullback. Yep. No. Problem. I mean, it's really inside shit. Probably not. Probably it's, no, it's because it's another trade. Like 14, 15 was a decent pickup, but no real traction after. So I'll probably have flattened everything at 15 or slightly after, and eventually another trade at 60. Trade at 60. Not the same one. Yeah, a little bit more tricky, but but yeah, but that's what you want to see, like a little selling and the pickup. I'll follow you. Yeah, I will probably be late even tomorrow. So I need to go in a row.
Okay.
Whatever. Catch you later. Bye.
Bye.
You too. Bye bye.